And good morning, everybody. Chucky, Oppies, 345. How you guys doing this morning? I will be, I'm just doing a quick fix on the server of this field edge, and then I'll be rebooting to take out a couple of mods, so give me just 1 minute. I had to put in an extra mod quick just to get rid of the, issue here. I'm doing okay so far this morning. Chucky, it's early. I just got up, just got some meds in and stuff like that, so we will, see how the day treats me. They make spoons for a reason, kid. Ouch. Morning, Super Kitty. Alright, let's get this fired up. I need to take that one back out, and where's the easy dev control? It was on. It's off. Whatever. There we go. Ow. Yeah, it's gonna be a day today, I think. Alright, where were we from yesterday's stream? Let's see. You want a refund on the weekend? I want an extension on the weekend, not a refund, an extension. Like permanent. Just call it the weekend all the time. Alright. Let's see, where were we? Alright, we do need to get some... We got this field here that we need to extend. I'll probably get that done at some point. Where's... Okay, yeah, that's right. The other tractor was over here. We were doing some clearing on this corner. There wasn't much left there. Get that tractor. There's this. I think this is... It's almost full. Doesn't need much more, but it's almost full. Morning there, Mr. Scurvy Hyam. Oh, hey. Would help if I'd get into a Discord room, too. Duh. Alright, we've got a few trees left over here. I want to try and get up here and finish getting in and around this pond as close as we can. And there's a little bit on the other side of the pond here to try and pick up. And then it'll kind of give us our boundary that we need. Good morning.
Hi. There it is.
There it goes.
Morning.
Yep, I saw it, Hoppies. How's it going, Farm Boy Q? Yeah, because we've got a little bit left here in this corner of the stream to pull out. I want to get to this today. And Koopa Teague, good morning to you as well. How's Mr. Scurvy today?
Oh, I'm getting stuff ready for tonight, so.
There you go.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long week.
Yeah, I got a feeling it might. See, what I want to do is when I replant around here, because a lot of these stumps can't be taken out, I want to plant in, like this, for example, can't be taken out. I want to plant in sequoias here, around this little pond. Because then you'll never take them down. Yeah, there'll be a whole lot of planting to get done at some point, but gotta finish clearing first. And then I think we'll be able to get a pretty good sized field, because it's gonna come along over here where it's not quite so steep. It'll wrap around the pond. It'll cover a big chunk of this area, and it might even wrap in like this. And then the steeper sections will get replanted. In here will get replanted. Eventually, after we cut those areas. Might not recut this area. Who knows? But so far, we've got some fertilizer on the fields. We're starting to make some progress. It is... Oh. Literally right as I did that.
Synchronizing.
Yeah, well, Oppies and Tariq both
Joined in.
popped it. Yeah, they both joined in like right one after the other, so...
Oh! Thank you for the follow there, Super Kitty. Much appreciated.
One of Becky's kids.
Ah!
Mm-hmm.
And more Nappies. Chucky.
Super Kitty, Bugs the Farmer are a couple of Becky's kids. Yeah, Super Kitty is her son. Bugs is one of her daughters.
What else do I need to mess with before? Making my list, checking it thrice. Who knows if Scurvy's been naughty or nice?
Oh. Yeah, Monday night, so I'm guessing tomorrow, or midnight, is the release of
No,
Dragonflight.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Eastern. Yep, so basically shoot home from work, grab a few things at the store, and... Well, with everything that's been going on with work, I have meetings throughout the week, so it's going to be that I'm technically on vacation Tuesday through Friday, but I have to backstop a couple meetings because we have the company mindset of throwing people to the wolves.
Yep.
Scurvy doesn't adhere to that mindset, so Scurvy backs up people when they need to be backed up.
That's a good thing.
But then sometimes people just need to be taught a lesson too, where Scurvy won't backstop them because they need to develop.
Mm-hmm.
AKA grow a bloody spine sometimes.
Yep.
And there's other cases where it doesn't matter how big your spine is, it's force in numbers. So
Yep.
it's going to be an interesting week of... Pause the stream for an hour. I'll be back.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm going to be streaming at least my Paladin getting up to 70. I think I'm going to go pretty fast on him.
When did they recompress things back down with levels?
Shadowlands was a squish. Right? Yeah, Shadowlands was a squish.
I was going to say, because the last I remember, I was in Wrath of the Lich King at 85 or something.
No, that was to 80.
Was it to 80? Oh, yeah.
It was to 80. 80 to 85 was Pandaria.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Shadowlands level squish. Yeah, because we got up to 120 in Legion, and then we headed back down to 50. And I think that's a good range to have, where they do, every 3 or 4 expansions, they do a stat squish. because who wants to be level? It's like 135. It gets out of after you hit 100, it doesn't feel right. At least in my
Uh,
eyes, because you equate 100 with complete. So I don't know. That's just me.
yeah. Well, you're talking to a guy that used to have a. I used to play Gemstone 3 that never had a level cap.
Mm.
I mean, I used to hang out with people that were level 400 plus.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and that's and I don't think at the beginning they ever expected what. I mean,
Hmm.
what mainstream game do you expect people to be playing that's been out 18 years now? They just had their 18-year anniversary. 18 years,
Yeah.
and they still have a cult following to
That's
this
pretty
game.
good. Yeah.
You know,
I do not
um,
acid. I think.
no,
I
I
think
have DDR4.
Big Daddy has DDR. No, wait. That's right. He went back and went DDR4 with his.
Yeah, yeah. I just upgraded to 128, so I'm a happy camper with mine. What I
Yeah.
don't understand is the RAM utilization now. It's completely different. Um, Before when I just had 32, I'd be running at like 28, 30 max. I have your stream up, I have another stream up, 3 copies of Chrome, Discord, a mobile game, and a few other odds and ends applications in there, my Stream Deck profile, stuff like that.
Mhm.
And right now I'm running at 22 gigs out of 128. And before I would be like maxed at like 30. So I don't know if I was having issues before with the other RAM or not. It doesn't make any sense.
Did
I
you
know.
go with a higher speed by any chance, Ram?
Same speed.
Same
Same
speed.
exact speed. Yep, same exact speed.
Hmm. DDR5 at 6,000. That's some pretty good RAM.
Yeah,
I'll run you a little
that's
penny.
expensive. Oh yeah, that ain't cheap. That's for darn sure. I mean, even this Corsair Vengeance set was, I think it was 400 on Amazon on Friday. Good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's you know, it'd be expensive,
Yep. Oh yeah. If you want to get into the
It ain't
latest and
cheap.
greatest territory, it gets expensive.
Ain't cheap. Nope.
Especially
And
not with the 4000 series Nvidia, and they're saying they're gonna keep the price point at high by lowering the availability on the market. It's like what? Huh? What? Greedy bastards.
basically, and that's what it comes down to, greed. And I think I do think they're shooting themselves in the own foot because what are you going to
Well,
have people handing? What's the biggest thing with computers is upgradability in there,
hmm
and it's having newer stuff come out. So with that theory, you actually do want to have a more oversaturation of
hmm
the market in the long term because people are going to buy graphics cards. They are not going to go out of style anytime soon. You need to have a graphics card for a gaming rig.
you may have to pop out and pop back in, Oppies. I'm not having any issue.
Yeah, Acid and this PC in total now with this RAM, I built this in
Unless, let me check
February.
real quick. Yeah, you're still a farm manager. You still have all of the stuff. So yeah, you might have to disconnect and reconnect, Oppies.
Oh, sorry, Super Kitty. WoW Dragonflight expansion releases tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern.
hmm
Where was I going? Oversaturation. You need to have an oversaturation of the PC market for
hmm
graphics cards because people will upgrade, and
Hmm. Oh,
you want
absolutely.
them to up. You need to have them to be successful hardware vendor per se, you need to have a reason to upgrade, which is the latest and greatest.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh, I
I
don't
don't see
disagree. You
how
know.
that is going to sustain them in the long run, just due to the fact of um, you need people to buy units and buy more units each year. Having a
Yeah.
higher price point, you are going to have more people hold on to their older cards until it's like, now I really need to upgrade type thing,
Hmm.
which you don't want to have.
Oh yeah.
You want to have people buying a graphics card every 1 to 2 years. My 2060 Super lasted me 3 years. That's a typical good running card. I think I was having a couple minor issues with it, but that was just my eyes seeing it, and that were, not
Yeah.
anybody else. I'd be comfortable saying, if Yosho came to me, "Hey, dude, I need a graphics card. Okay, what's your address? Here you go," type thing. It's in the mail, type, and no questions asked on that.
Yeah.
Would I use it for
Well,
encoding? Maybe if I set up another PC for it, but um,
I think another big thing is now they're starting to piss off a lot of their third parties because they're going to limit supplies again to their third parties while they're
and
still
this is the
selling them
problem, right?
themselves.
And
So it's
this
like,
is the
what do I
Mhm.
have for ability to make money
You don't.
myself?
You don't, and that's crippling the
Hmm.
Gigabyte, MSI, Asus, people who are producing these graphics cards
Hmm.
with the NVIDIA chips in there. So
Yep. Because again, Nvidia is going to limit supply to those guys, but Nvidia is also still
Mhm.
selling them themselves.
It's selling well. They're the main supplier of the chips, and who knows? This could be good long run, very long run, and I'm talking the 5 to 10 year range. Maybe we get a third graphics card vendor out there, because
Well,
right now you have
Intel's out there
AMD.
now.
They're not
Intel's
there.
making chips. Well, no,
Yeah, but they're
they're
not
not
there
there
yet, and that's
because
what I'm talking about.
a
Yeah,
lot of Intel's issue right now is they need to have um, the
dedicated and not shared.
Intel is got their own graphics cards, but the problem is it's the software.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's developed drivers for or
Mhm.
integration for Radeon and for or your AMD rather and for Nvidia. Now Intel has to get integration with games and be able to develop drivers
Correct.
and things like that to
Yes.
get their cards
Out.
up
Yeah.
there. I did watch the Jay's Two Cents did a video on the Intel ones, and they're not. I mean, they're not bad cards, but they also don't have any third-party suppliers. It's just Intel doing it. They need
Right.
people to adopt for third-party stuff like that. So in a generation or two, I think Intel could compete as a third maker.
Yes, in a generation two. Yes, and I think we need to see that, and that's what I was really excited for when Nvidia was talking about producing their own CPU chips for mainstream gaming PCs, just so there is a third competitor between Intel and AMD.
Hmm.
Both have their plus and minuses. I will always be an Intel guy for gaming graphics purposes. Servers, I differ on that, and I have my various reasons for differing on there. We don't
Well,
need to go into
it's
those.
the multitasking aspect of it.
It's the
Intel's always
multitasking,
been
right?
really good at single party or like single not thread. You know what I mean? Like at single tasks, Intel tends to be
Agile.
better for doing
They
single tasks.
also Right, they
AMD
also
is
have a
much better
history
for doing the multitasking
at a slow the and here's the
at a
thing.
slower
AMD
speed, but handling a
Right,
lot more multitasking.
right. AMDs will always have a higher gigahertz count. The problem with that though is their main bottleneck, and conversely with Intel it's the opposite way around, is their front size bus speed. It's the speed of where RAM can get read into the processor. It's always been historically slower than Intel's. And it's just
Hmm.
the way the engineering, the way the electrons move, that's just how it is. And then you look at front side bus speeds, and Intel will most likely always blow it out of the water, comparing generation to generation, or same generation to same generation.
Well, what I'm really interested to see is how the actual performance specs are on the new generation Radeon cards, because
That's
they've
going to be
taken
interesting
their
to see. Yeah.
cards and with the new generation they've gone to the same architecture as their processor cores.
Yeah. So it's going to be, but
And there's rumors that the 7900 XTX will compete and outdo the 4090
which is a good thing.
in basically any place but the ray tracing.
Yeah.
Nvidia's ahead on the ray tracing for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it would be nice to see how they're actually doing in the long run with that.
Yeah. Competition is a good thing. I want to see more competition out on the markets.
Well, I could see potentially EVGA going with AMD at some point.
Mm. Yeah.
I know EVGA is now going into like a lot more with the CPU coolers and some of that stuff, and they are
Mm-hmm.
pushing
Yeah.
their other aspects. But at the end of the day, EVGA is a graphics card maker primarily.
Primarily. Yeah. Yeah. You know, but like I said, I want to see competition, and I'm saddened to see um, the Microsoft Activision deal is hitting a few roadblocks,
Hmm.
which is to be expected, but sad to see.
Kind of curious what's going on with my while I'm waiting for the sync performance. Yeah, I'm pushing up into the 4.3 range. It was a little higher a minute ago. Synchronizing. There we go. Let's see what happens to the speed on my CPU. I haven't watched it when I'm playing Farm Sim to see how it handles the need
Mm.
for it to overclock itself.
Yeah.
One of my biggest issues is my motherboard. I can't quite get the power to the motherboard the way it needs to for some of the um, words are hard. English is failing me the last couple of days.
Mm.
Um, with the power need on the CPU because I didn't upgrade my board when I went to the 5900.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was still compatible with the same chipset as the 3700 I had. So all I did was upgrade the CPU, but the board I had doesn't quite get enough power through it for the
Mm-hmm.
for the CPU to fully max itself out.
Yeah.
It's one of my bottlenecks is my power supply apparently, even though it's a 1,000 watt power supply. I think it's the cabling really more than anything, but
Probably.
because I can't plug any more power into the board, so I can't. The board wasn't designed for the wattage need necessarily of the 5900, so I know
Mm.
that is one bottleneck. It still
Yeah.
performs fine though. Yeah, I was looking at a new
Yeah.
case the other day that I think it'd be really nice to maybe upgrade to. It'd be a little bit
Yeah.
bigger, but it'd have a lot more airflow than my current case. It's one of the new Leanne Lee cases.
Oh, they do have nice cases. They have
Mm-hmm.
really nice cases.
Let me see. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. I sent it to NBC the other day. Oh yeah, I I'd sent it to you as well. The Land Cool 216.
Did you?
Mhm.
I'm terrible at checking Discord messages on this server.
I yeah, I'd messaged it to you.
Oh yeah, that's nice looking. Yeah, that's about the same size case. Yep, same size case as I have.
Well, the
Yep.
nice thing is that'll actually support like 10 fans.
Yeah.
And the part where the power supply would sit in the bottom is all mesh along that side so it can draw air
That is
in.
nice. Yep, that is nice.
And it gives you the option of mounting two fans directly above where like the power supply would be, so it will side draw the air and push it right up at the bottom of your graphics card.
Yep.
I was like, that's a pretty nice looking case, and it's only like $100. Jay's 2 cents had done a video on it, and I was like, wow, that's actually a really nice case. The whole top will pop right out for you to be able to do all your cabling and
Mm.
hook up the radiator and everything, and then it'll just mount right back in. It's
Yep,
like, well,
that
that's
is nice.
sweet.
Yep.
Alright, we gotta get this field prepped, because it's gonna get planted, I think it's corn is what we'll do at this field.
Yeah, so I figured, when I built this PC, I wanted to get good specs on it. So I had 32 gigs of RAM to begin with, but now it's 2 years old, or a year old, year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
No, year and a half old. It's time to max out the RAM, and that's what I did. So it was a good price on it. So, but I have, unless something breaks in there, I have no other upgrades planned for it except maybe a PCIe card for another
M.2.
M.2 drive. Yeah, for an M.2 drive because I would like to get a 4 TB in here. Because that reminds me, I got to move my page file over and I need to do a reboot. Shit. I forgot. I should have done that last night.
Yeah,
Crap. Oh, that's all
I'm
right.
pretty
I'm
happy with
basically home.
mine. I got 64 gig of RAM. It's not the fastest RAM, but it's plenty.
Yeah.
I got the 5900X. I got the 3060 Ti. So
Yeah, you're good. You're
I'm
good for a
set
while.
until such a time as the next generation of like CPUs and stuff comes down in price a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
When the 7000 series processors start to come down, then maybe,
Yeah. Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
And honestly, depending on what happens with the next generation of video card with the Radeons, I might be going Radeon with my next card.
Mm.
I'm considering it quite a bit actually because of the how they're looking as far as the AMD specs are concerned. Morning, Bodine.
Hey, buddy.
Especially when you look at it and it's only drawing 350 watts versus the 470 or something from the 4090 Nvidia card. Viking streaming, how you doing this morning? And
Hey, Viking.
you've got AMD saying, "Oh, there's plenty of room for overclocking for the third-party people." So, you could have your MSIs and people like that overclocking it even further. That's could be an impressive card.
That command's working. What other commands do I need?
So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that card as far as its performance goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when the XTX is listed at $1,000 instead of 50. What is it? 1,500 or 1,600 for the 4090. Yeah, no, I'm good. Doing pretty good. Just started your lunch break. Ah,
Nice.
good lunch break is always important.
The most important question of the day is what's for lunch. You figure out
Hmm.
what's for lunch, so you can plan what's for breakfast and then what's for dinner. It's not my fault. I tend to think like a Labrador Retriever and think with my stomach, but I do.
No,
Yep.
it's you're a guy, and that's how we do.
Food. Yes. Yep. Food.
Food.
More food. How
Hmm.
much food? All the food. Yes, food. All right. That's
I've actually been cutting back on how much I've been eating lately.
I need to start working out again heavily again because this is yep. Yep. I started December. Get back into my routine again, so
Uh, I my kids were at the doctor's the other day, and I happened to step on the scale while I was at the doctor's office, and
oh, you didn't want to do that, did you?
I'm down 10 pounds.
Hey.
So, actually, I'm down probably a little more than that. My scale at home, I was pushing 265 at one point.
Yep. I'm one of those weird folk. I'll actually lose weight over the winter.
Yeah,
It's just one of those natural things where I don't. It doesn't make any living sense, but it's easier for me to lose weight in the winter than it is in the summer. I don't know why.
well, you're probably drinking more fluids in the summertime, and water weight tends to
Um.
stick with you.
Yeah. I'm also thinking I'm consuming less
Eh,
calorie drinks in
yeah.
the wintertime than I am in the summer because normally it's hot coffee, tea. Um. Because when I play WoW or farm sim, it's just like, yeah, bring on the coffee, bring on the tea type thing, and then I'm peeing
Hmm.
every hour. But that's okay.
Yep.
Uh, all right, what else do I need, Darius, for tonight? I think I got my
Do you
panel
have
set
your
up.
snacks?
Grocery store.
No, my whole family isn't sick. 3:45. My wife has some severe allergies. He's outside way early. Oh well. His bus doesn't come for another 10 minutes. Maybe more. Oh well. My wife has allergies, and every morning she wakes up, and for the first uh like hour to 2 hours of her day, she's sneezing and blowing her nose a lot. Well, that actually is another. The gas beard just pointed out another really good fact. At colder temperatures, your body does tend to burn more calories because it's
Yes.
trying to stay warm.
Stay warm. Yep.
So
Yep.
if you're outside at all and in those colder temperatures, your body itself is just burning more calories.
Yes. Reckoning. That's
All
all
right, so
good.
this field will be ready for corn. The one last thing we need to do is we'll get a couple loads of wood up to the cell point. A couple of containers up there. I want to pick up that plot right there next to the sawmill, and we'll be able to plant that as well. Because in April, this will go corn. I want to go soybeans in that field. And we're going to start. It's addicting, Super Kitty. Excuse me. Uh, and yeah, now with additional incomes, we're gonna start putting a small farmyard in over there. Put in a small silo set, a couple of sheds for storing the equipment. We will need to get a planter or a seeder at some point. We have a planter. We'll need to get a seeder at some point because I do want to do wheat at some point as well. We will need a combine for the corn and soybeans. Yeah, we'll have some work ahead of us, but I think we're in a pretty good position. A planter is typically things like corn, cotton, um,
Soybeans,
soybeans, uh,
sugar beets,
sugar beets, and stuff like that. Whereas a seeder is more of your uh, wheat,
grasses.
barley, oat, canola, sorghums, your grass type things. Where it's got more rows. Like if you look at this, you see how close the rows are together. You've got all kinds of rows in here. So you're seeding a lot close together. A lot closer together, I should say. You know, each one of these hoses leads to another planting row. So you'll see how many there are on here. Whereas a planter will be more spread out. You know, here's your row units. They're more spaced out in between them. I've already got a massive hayfield right here. We do have the sheep done. I got the sheep and the chickens loaded up now. So we've got the sheep and the chickens loaded up. We will have to get some more wheat over here at some point for the chickens. I've just been buying it in for the time being, but yeah, we've got that done now, and where'd the other 180 come from? Is one of these the least 180 that was at the sawmill? Yeah, it's got to stay up at the sawmill for unloading things, and it's also leased. So we don't want this one down here. This one costs us a lot of money. That's why I left it up at the sawmill. Nope, no problem. I'll bring it back up over there. Um... Well, FS19's Uncharted was technically already done to 22 by JD Fan. He just did Pompey's map instead of the original Uncharted.
Yep, it's Pompey's edition. There, I play on that, Chucky. You can get to it through the SGA mod folder switcher.
But the full Uncharted, as far as I know, is not being converted.
No, it was just Pompey's save that JD Fan converted. It's a very good save. Very good starting map.
If it's being done, it's not being done by
No, not being done by any of us here.
the SGA, as far as I know.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, when JD Fan did the Pompey's save, that was the conversion of Uncharted.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, where is... Okay, this is the other harvester. Cut length on this is still screwed up. There we go. Alright, looks like Oppies has the truck being brought up. Alright, when you come back with the next container Oppies, bring it up the hill where Tariq is cutting, and I'll have things piled up there. We'll just load from up there. That way we don't have to drag it all the way down the hill. Will do, Chucky. Leave that there. That's right. We had been over here loading the buckets and barrels. Okay, this is finally done. Yeah. Me and Forgive Me yesterday, we were trying to get all of the pallets taken care of, all of these different productions, and I'll tell you what. There was a lot of stuff in productions. Took us a while to get all of these things taken out. Yeah, traffic can be a pain, but it's so much more realistic having traffic.
Yes. Boy, I don't know what I did right. I did something right in ads.
I have all but the pet accessories and art accessories so far, Bodine.
Wow. That was interesting. Didn't expect that.
You're hanging on the bridge. That's not a good thing. Come and have a look. All right. Be right there. Well, that's terrible, Oppies.
Oh boy, Oppies. How'd you do that?
ETS Zocker, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I think that's going to require a reset of the old Truckarooski. I'm guessing he went head-on to another car.
That could do it. That could do it.
How's it going, Ali Bongo?
Hey, Alibongo.
Well, the train would have been behind him if he was on the... because he was coming back from the sawmill. Let's get some of these extra trailers out of here. Yeah, we now have 2 flat deck trailers, 2 trucks.
Breakfast time.
Yep, go right ahead. You should have permissions. I put you in as a farm manager, so you should have all the permissions.
Where are you hosting this, Darius? Your local PC?
Yep.
How's that going? Pretty good?
Yeah, it's been really good. The only time I had any significant lag, there was a couple of us on the server, and I had been doing a lot of hooking of cables to drag logs, like skid them.
Yep.
And that was the only time I've had any lag, was when I was doing that. But
Ah, nice.
other than that, it's actually been really well.
Good.
Yep, one of the 40s.
Because I would like to see Dave's map 16x with multiplayer. See how that's going to perform.
Yeah.
With all the productions in there and stuff like that. So that's going to be the real test. Try that out.
I think it'll be better in this version because of the
absolutely.
fact of the occlusion culling in there.
Occlusion culling, the fact that the production script is written in the game too, I think that's going to help a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Yep. Come on. Oh, it wouldn't be the first time boating. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time either. They can. That one container trailer can. It should be left mouse button.
And back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. But not for too long, so. Got to get ready for work and see what new disasters face me after 4-day weekend.
That is always the question, isn't it?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of those.
I don't think that trailer looks too happy right now.
What's the problem?
There it goes.
Morning, Bugs the farmer. How you doing?
Hey, Bugs.
What's the problem? There's no problem.
I don't see no problem.
See, for a logging trailer, I want one of those big, off-road logging trailers with the extra wide bunks.
Mm.
For hauling logs, that's what I want. Like they use up here in the main woods for the Golden Road. Those can put a load of logs on them.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Those trucks are known to hit the scales at like 140, 150,000 pounds.
That's a little bit of weight. Yeah. Yeah. Where are they using Oshkoshes up there? The big old 6x6 trucks?
Not always. They're usually just heavy haul set trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they get rolling on the Golden Road, it's just off. It's all gravel road, so.
Yeah.
So, I don't think you'd be able to do it in Giants Editor. You might have to do it in Blender. Farm's coming.
Oh, I know.
Well, it's not the whole trailer that gets stretched, though. It's just the bunks. They get widened out.
Yep.
The wheelbase and stuff on the trailer is the same. And the way Dave did it, he just widened the wheelbase and everything.
Woo Deli. She big.
Yeah, she doesn't like the whole load at once. Too much weight.
But I love the animation on the sawmill.
Yep. Yeah, they did a really good job with it. There we go. Load of logs into the sawmill.
Yep. I might be using this Discord when I stream tonight. I'm not sure yet. I sent
Well,
a
you
few
should,
messages
so we
out.
can come in and hang out with you, Scurvy.
Well, I sent a few messages off to guildmates, see if they want to join me too in the guild that I'm in. So
Well,
if we power level together, I don't know if they will or not. So
yeah.
they're a good family-friendly bunch. So
Family-friendly bunch.
Yep, we are.
Alright. There's that load in.
Nice.
Let's see. Like trailers like this. This is on the Golden Road.
Oh boy. Oh my. He loaded.
I don't claim any credit for this.
If a bear steps out in front of him, I don't think he's going to be able to hit the brakes too fast. Well, he can hit the brakes too fast, but I don't think he's going to be slowing down.
The load weighed 220,000 pounds.
Pounds. 200.
I wouldn't be standing there personally, but that's
No,
just me.
I wouldn't be because you're in the firing range right there, but yeah,
But
is...
that's well, that's just it. It's a private main road. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, it's high, Bodine. That's more than 13 and a half foot. That might be 13 and a half foot from the axle on up, if not more.
Here's another one. That's a Western Star truck.
Yep.
Pelletier logging, baby, right there. See how many you see how many axles are on that trailer?
4 or 5. It looked like.
Mm-hmm.
New York, you can have the max of 3, and you don't allow any more.
Well, yeah, but again, this is the Golden Road.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So if anybody's unfamiliar about the road I'm speaking of, type in the Golden Road Maine, and it is a private gravel road that stretches from Millinocket, Maine. Literally, they made a special section right here where it'll get into the mill to offload at the mill. And then the other end, see here's Pelletier Manufacturing, Pelletier Logging. They're all right there. They manufacture their own trailers. This is their wood yard. And then the Golden Road stretches all the way up through here. Keeps going. They even ran power line along it at one point. Keeps going over here. It dips down. Comes around the lakes, Caribou Lake and all that. And then up here, you have Hannibal's Crossing. It's still coming. It's still right here. You can still see it. Okay. Golden Road is still right here. The other end has a private border crossing. Goes across the border to a wood yard here in Canada for the Canadian logging mills.
That's nuts.
And they actually, if you look right here, this section of the road here is actually designed for the logging trucks. So there's no power line crossings, there's nothing. They even move the power line for the trucks to pull in here.
Yeah, so they'd be out of the way. Yeah. Well, Mr. Darius, have a good stream and good day. I'll probably see you around sometime tonight.
Indeed, Mr. Scurvy. Have yourself a good day at work, and we'll catch you later.
Sounds good. See you, folks.
So, yeah, when it comes to the Northwoods Maine logging, they've got big trailers. That is a privately maintained road owned by the logging companies. Pelletier and a couple of other logging companies up there, and basically they all share in the responsibility for maintaining the road. I missed my turn. Pulling a Yui. But it also means, like, if you're in a regular four-wheel car, truck, whatever, and you go on those roads, there are signs that say, you're at your own risk, and get out of the logger's way. That's how that goes. Get out of the logger's way, and you're at your own risk. Because it's not, there are no, like, police patrols or anything like that. It is a logging road first. First and foremost, it's a logging road. No, it goes from Millinocket just up to the Canadian border. That's as far as it goes. In Millinocket, basically they have it set where they can load trains and stuff like that from there. And they can bring it to the Millinocket mill. And then the other end is Canada. And it reaches to all of those different logging areas. And they do their replanting, they do all of that stuff, they do selective cutting so that they can maintain the health of the forest and you know, have better logging practices, really. Oh, if the trucks break down, they've got they've got service trucks that will go out and fix them. And yeah, they break down, but they're serviced by the companies that operate them. Like I showed you Pelletier Manufacturing and Gerald Pelletier. Pelletier Logging has their own manufacturing for the logging trailers. There's not a huge request for those really wide trailers and stuff like that. So Pelletier has their own company, so to speak, that a division within their company that manufactures all those off-road trailers, maintains them all, and does all that stuff. Well, you're just somebody that, you know, knows a little something about the logging industry in Maine. Not just necessarily the logging industry either. That the Golden Road is one of those things. There's a lot of hunters that use that road, and again, they know it's logging first, but they'll go up there for hunting moose and stuff like that. It's one of the big ways of being able to get in there to do that hunting is with the Golden Road. Bird hunting and stuff like that. Oh, I'm sure they've been using that road for a long time. It's already historical in an aspect of it. I don't know about ATS, because I mean, maybe hauling logs back and forth. Alright, Super Kitty, have a good one. go. No, not the brake. Bless you, dear. There, gimme. Hello, Kiston. How you doing? Evil Reyes coming in with a party of 28. How you doing this morning, Mr. Reyes? How was your stream, sir? Welcome in, Raiders. I know you have to get yourself ready for work and all of that, so I won't be too chit-chatty with you. Well, thank you, Bugs. That's actually my wife's cat, Kiston, the black cat. Even though he's claimed a shelf next to me, he's a very good kitty. Well, I used to have a lot of stuff on that shelf, and then he kept climbing on it. I had to kind of give him the shelf. So now he'll just come up here and he'll lay on the shelf and be like, "Hey, what you doing?" That truck's ready to go back up to the sell point now. Get these couple of logs here quick. Then put into an actual pile. Like so. Yeah, half your bed for just one cat. Sounds about right. I know, Kiston. You would rather lick and give loves than get love. You are a weird kitty. But I still love you. And I'm gonna give you pettins. Oh, and now he's licking me. He's licking me. He would rather lick your hand till it's pruned and raw than get love from you. It's a weird cat. Alright, I think I'm gonna set that yarder up over here, heading down that way somewhere. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, so I can get the rest of these trees. I want to get the rest of the trees from this corner here and start getting some of this stuff and bringing it that way. Let's go get the yarder. We'll set it up there. It's a semi-flat area. Definitely Apple. What is the main goal of this game? You've only heard of Farming Simulator. So, the main goal... this is one of those games that it's really self-driven. On this particular map, you can make boats. You can build a roller coaster by dropping off products. But the main goal is kind of whatever you set for yourself. One of my goals that I have for this map is I want to be able to, X to unfold the yarder. And let's go this way a little bit. There we go. Yarder screen for Sim Dashboard? Nice. So it's very, kind of self-driven. One of my goals for this map is to, shut that down. So, like, I want to be able to get the roller coaster built, which is going along quite well. Product is going in right now, and it's distributing through its production a little bit over time. So I want to get the roller coaster built. I want to be able to build some boats, which I'm working on. We need to get some, I need planks long in here at some point. But you see it's building a boat. So once it's done, it'll launch the boat. I want to be able to do some farming, so I have some cotton fields in here. I'm going to be buying... Go buy this property here. I have this property here, so I want to be able to plant some crops. I've got grass for making hay and things like that. Yeah, a lot of it is what you want to, what do you want to accomplish with it? Some maps are more farming oriented. Some maps are much more logging oriented. Other maps are production based maps. Just killed myself. Oh, did it glitch again? It did that the other day, too. It's what, KJ. They'll now go back to the yarder. You can drop them off, bring the yarder back. No, get back here. This way, please. Yeah, there's no container on it right now, Oppies. It just bugged out. Go down, go buy a new container. I'll go see if I can't find the other one. It bugged out. Only thing stopping me getting into the price point doesn't look like a game you can get into on top of $40. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody. I'll admit that. I like it because it's a chill, relaxing game. I've got thousands of hours into Farm Sim with the different mods and all of that stuff that you can play on. And like I said, a lot of it is what are the goals you set for yourself in each map. Oh, see, there's the container. This may not go well depending on the weight of this container. Shut up. Stupid people. Come on. Shut up. How's it going, the Fae? Oh, I'm trying to get a container that decided to bug out off the trailer, that flew off the trailer. I'm trying to get it to the mill so I can sell it. It would be working better if I had forks on the loader, but it's doing what it needs to do for right now. You're alright? Been lurking as always? Nothing wrong with that, Faye. We're just doing a little multiplayer again on the dedicated server here. God dang it. Well, it does have 44,000 liters of wood in this container, so... It's a heavy container. And Vasiokos123, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How you doing this morning? Oh yeah, I mean the likelihood of me ever really pulling this off in real life would be very slim, but you know. Yeah, if only the winches would connect to the containers. But unfortunately, the winches don't connect to other vehicles or anything like that, just logs. Maybe in the future somebody will get that done, but who knows. Bink. Yeah, make sure, Oppies, when you're putting the containers on, you strap the containers to the trucks. They like to fly off if you don't. So yeah, I mean, right now one of my goals is to keep the sawmill running and stuff like that, and be able to yep. Oh, absolutely, Faye. We had a pretty good Thanksgiving. But I want to clear off a couple of plots so I can add in some farms, hence the logging. I have been replanting some trees for more logging in the future. I mean, granted, there's a lot of other properties to do it, but I do like the trees just as a aesthetic, so I have been planting trees back when I'm done. So some of the steeper parts where you can't necessarily support a field, I replant trees, and the lower, you know, the less sloped areas, I've been doing fields in. So, like, as steep as that section of the hill is, probably not going to be able to put a field there, but some of these areas that aren't quite so steep, could probably put a field in. You have to press V. It might not actually, I think it's, V. Yeah, V will disconnect it from the yarder. Yep. Yeah, it can do things that are fun, not like real life when you have more regulations. Let your imagination freely flow. Indeed. Alright, let's bring this trailer further up. Stupid little tree. Bugs the farmer with a hydrate and a stretch. Hydrate and a stretch. There we go. Yeah, keep in mind, I don't have the auto engine off turned on for the server, so when you guys hop out of vehicles, you tend to leave them running and fuel. That. That. I can probably move this aside now. Let's get the truck. Reposition. About yay. More than one way to skin a cat. This isn't the best way to do it, but it's one way to do it. I missed. Darius, what's the matter, you? Come here. Darius, come here, handsome. What's the matter, kitty cat? Why you stabbing Mama with your claws? Yep. Oh yeah, I mean dead woods don't have squat for wood chips. It's for me it's more about clearing the land than about the maximum amount of money I could get for the container and all of the money and everything. I'm just after clearing the land. Once the land is clear, then I can plant my field, I can replant trees around said field, and if I really need product for the sawmill or something like that, I'll get good product off of the new trees that are regrowing is how I look at it. So for the time being, if I can get the land cleared to replant, then I'll worry about what's going into containers later. Please don't get stuck. Please don't get stuck. I got stuck. go. Now I'm unstuck. I mean, I should just put a grapple on the end of this thing instead of the cutter head, but it works. Oh, it's being used as an anchor point, that's why. Make sure, Tarek, when you're bringing those in, that you pull the yarder in all the way as well. That way it'll bring him up closer to the yarder. It's not where I wanted to put that tree, but I'll deal, I guess. Oh, can't quite reach it. I think it's close. I don't know if it's full or not. If it's anything over 43,000, I would take it as is. Okay, it's at 41. Well, just short of 41. Where was that little end piece? There it is. Oh, this definitely isn't blocking the trees from getting to the top. That I can assure you. What you need to do is when you're pulling them in, Tarek, is make sure you bring the yeah, good enough. I don't want to stick another tree in for that. When you're running it, is lift the tree with J, and J will pull it right up to the carriage. You see how J's sucking it up towards the carriage? Now, when the carriage goes back, it's going to bring it closer to the yarder when you drop it. So you got to do that, pull it up with J. Like if I do this, and then press J, it'll pull it up to the actual... Yeah, no worries. It takes a little getting used to with it, but when you do that, it'll drop them off a lot higher up. Yeah, no worries. It does take a little getting used to using the yarder, but once you get used to it, it's actually really, really nice. Let's get rid of these stumps and these other little odds and ends. Wow, that killed the price. Wow, that price was garbage compared to the last price. And then another thing to do is anything that's too heavy, we can use the chain off the back of this, the winch. Because this will pull 8 tons, so if it's a tree that's too heavy, you don't have to cut it down here. You can do it with this cloth tractor. So for example, this one back here is too heavy for the yarder to take. Oh, I'm in the range of the yarder. Hold on a second. I'm hitting the wrong button. It's because I'm underneath the yarder. And now I can skid the trees up the hill with this. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I actually like a lot of these different things that they put into the game for the forestry side. The skidders, the working winches, and stuff like that. It's a nice little bonus. So then I drop that like that. We can make a space up here, so now we've got room up here to bring the truck up. And we can start to work from this deck area. Cut them to length, load them into trucks. All from right up here. Yeah, go ahead, drop it right there if you want. I can latch onto it. Ah. How's it going, Mr. Marvelous 811? Got a bunch of that processed. Where's the container? You lost the container down in the field. Head back down towards the store. It's in the grass field. Yeah, if you don't strap the container down, they will fly off the trailer. Alright. Jacket. Zipped up. And you have a good day at school, buddy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, after we harvest this grass, we'll need to lime this field. Still need to roll this field. Kristen, you settling in for a nice day of being lazy on the shelf, kitty? Zip up your coat. Freaking kid, I'm telling you what. Yeah, you're good right there. Yeah, now unstrap and strap is the best way to do it because it'll keep it locked on the trailer. Ow. Park that there. Jump back up over here. Hi, Darius. What you doing, handsome kitty? Gah, I made a mess of that grab. How we looking for trees left on that run there, Trick? Basically all done, pretty much good to move. Okay. What we'll do, before I reset the line, I want to clear up this logging deck some. So we have a little more room to move up here, and there won't be any stumps in the way when we redo it. So let's pull this down quick. We've only got the one tree left. We're going to, Alright, as soon as that tree gets up here, we will, get everything reset for the, to rearrange everything. Alright, let's remove the rope. Alright, let's get this cut down and delimbed. There we go. Let's pick up these couple of oddball trees that are up here. And then ultimately my goal would be to shift the yarder over and make sure we get all of the stumps taken care of first. So there's nothing left that's going to be in the way. There we go. Those can go on the logging trailer. We'll bring that up here. Let's just get them out of the way. Alright there, Tarek. Appreciate the help. Hopefully you have a good day at work, and we will catch you later, bud. Come on. In the container, please. Thank you. Alright, we're making some pretty good progress this morning. Let's get these thrown in here. That's probably going to get you one more little stick. Yep. That's now full. I'm going to clean this up so we can get these couple of stumps taken care of that are in here. Alright, we are doing multiplayer this morning, dedicated server. If anybody wants to join, just send me a whisper in chat. More than welcome to join in. Lots to do on the server. Alright, let's get this cleared up here so we can get things reset. There's a nice good spot. We can set the yarder up right up here. It's fairly flat for loading. Log work. Yeah, I'm liking this. Alright, we're going to leave this right here. Shut this down. Alright, let's make sure we get all the stumps. There's a couple of little ones left. I'm going to go into the old F4 menu here. Woohoo! $133,000. Love that. There's that one. Is there something left of it? No. Oh yeah, a little piece of wood still stuck in the ground. Morning, Cowboy Mikes. How you doing today, bud? I'm doing all right. I hate these trees. I hate these trees. you. There's that stump. We got a couple of stumps over here. There's our new container. This is good. Ah, that should do it for there. I'm going to reset right about here. We'll go down through that set of trees there. It looks like one of those got cut down and never fell over, so we'll drag that up here first. Yeah, see, this one fell down, but it never actually got picked up. There's a couple of them that have fallen, but never got picked up. No big deal. We'll leave this right here. Let's go grab this. We'll reset the yarder. I think we're going to point you right about here. Let's set the yarder rope up. Alright, we want to be able to get these trees all through here. So we're going to set a run right back down in through here. Liking all of this. Getting all of this through here. You can go quite a ways, actually. You can go quite a ways with it. Something is blocking the way to that. Alright, there's still a lot of trees on this run, so let's get closer in here. Hopefully I can get a... There we go. Perfect. The yarder to follow me down here. We're going to start picking up everything along this run, bringing it up to the deck. Ooh, hello, Mr. Deer. Yarder's going to meet me part way in here. This one's too heavy. We don't want to cut it, though. both of those back. You're gonna have to get hauled by the big guy. You're gonna have to get hauled by the big guy. You're not worth it. How's it going, JK? Really? Oh, come on, stop it. Alright. Are you back up on the deck, Oppies? Yeah, that's same here. I'm chopping down trees left and right, like a tree chopping fool. Alright, are you processing them then, I take it? Good morning there, Max Payne. Wee, I'm flying. Look at this. Ow, I fell. Alright, let's get that one that was cut down over here. Whoa! There we go. Pick all of this up. Let's get up over here some, or I can better job placing these. Like so. Let's move this out of the way. Let's get into the old excavator. Well, thank you there, Farmer Max Payne. Alright, there's that one processed. There. Put the little piece out on the ground because I don't care about it. Little piece on the ground. You've been addicted to forestry. Yeah, they did a really good job, especially with the stuff of this DLC. They did a really good job. That over there. These little tiny stubby pieces can get the hell out of here. Like so. Hop in this. Alright. Put the little stubby pieces all over here in a pile. Or the ones that aren't full logs anyway. Try to. There we go. These are all going to go into this pile for the wood trailer. Going up to the sawmill. ETS Zocker, thank you for the hydrate. There we go. Get that pile picked up. Let's grab this. Grind up the little tiny pieces. And the one stump that was there in the way. Couple of stumps here and there. To make it easier to see the little pieces. Ugh. Sorry. Those in. Is he biting at your sweater? That cat is weird. I don't know why he does that, but he's weird. Alright, let's go grab the other logging trailer. this further up the hill. Yeah, in this case, one of the cats, don't know what it is, but like if it's a soft, like fleecy type blanket, he will grab a piece of it in his mouth, and then he'll knead at it. Strange, weird behavior. No idea. Just that's what he does. Your cat does the same thing? Well, now I don't feel as bad then, because out of all 5 of our cats, he's the only one that'll do it. Oppies, when you're cutting, make sure you don't leave trees on a really steep part of the hill, because it makes them hard to pick up. Well, the boys are off to school, wife is working, and I am here at the computer, doing a little bit of streaming. Well, you suck a fat one. At 36. Bugs the farmer coming in with a stretch. Just a minute, I'll get you there, Bugs. And away that goes back to the deck. Alright. You're another crappy tree. $36, $23. they're choked up good and are on their way. Alright, we'll grab this one and that one. I'll just grind that one up if I can. Don't know if I can or not, but I will. I will try. Come on. Come on. Right about there. Oh, max weight's 1.4 tons, okay. Or 3 tons, rather. I didn't realize these ones were quite as heavy. This one's lighter. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Not allowed to cut this tree. Good shit. Oh, do. Incoming with the trees. Come on. There we go. Well, that's heading up to the deck. And now we're basically going to have to reset. Before I do that, I'm going to grab a bunch of these 36s that are big, heavy ones, and I'll yank them up with the Kloss tractor. And we'll get all these logs processed as well. Alright there, Oppies. You have yourself a good one. Appreciate the help this morning. Alright. By myself now. Unless anybody else wants to join, just let me know. Give me a holler. I'll give you the password. Let's focus on getting things picked up. think a lot of this is going to go on the trailer to the mill, because their dead woods are smaller stuff, so we'll send it up to the mill. Getting old, you and your wife put new toilet and master bath this weekend, replace floor and everything. Yeah, that's a good little weekend worth of home improvement projects. And Rocket's Life. Nice. Welcome into the channel. How's it going, Southern Trucker? It's not that bad, actually. I enjoy using this. Come on, get over the edge of the trailer. There you go. I have a joystick, Yordu. Thank you, Rocket's Life, for the follow. I do appreciate it. I haven't done logging onto the train yet at all. That just became a massive mess. Yep, I just made a big mess of that. You think I'd enjoy it? It's a must try. Well, we'll give it a try here at some point. Alright, this thing's annoying me. There. Stop it with the fidgeting and stuff. Hey! Hey! Don't claw that, you. That's what I thought. Silly cat. The Lee Bear 622? Is that a modded one, Cope? Manure forks? Me, I stuck the entire tree into a container and deleted it. That's what I did. Yeah, I put it in the back of the container. No, 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 no. Ah, crap. Gas, not the brakes. Gas. I'm making a goddamn mess of this shit now. Doing good over here. Doing good at making a fucking mess of shit. Let's try this again. This time less suck. Shall we? There we go. That can now go off to the mill. When we get back, we'll pick up all this stuff that Cope left over here on the hillside. Alright, now let's get up to the mill. Alright. The mill is just over the bridge here, so... Okay. What? What's that, Cope? I'm confused now. I'm confused. Nope. I don't recall saying that, but... Go. Oh, did I? Oh, I apologize. Yeah. Alright. Splash that in the puddle. Grab the last 2 logs off. We'll get this back over to the logging site. go. Last two. Go. Lots of practice. The joystick helps a lot, but lots of practice. Dang it, took the corner too quick. Needed to go wider. Somebody sent me a message. Oh, yeah, that thing. Go in there, damn it. Is that the only other little spiddly sticks? No, there's one more right there. go. That's all of them. Good. Perfect. Let's get this slope over there cleared up. I'll shut that down for a little bit. Yeah, this hill's too steep to really operate on consistently with the loaders and stuff. Big rock. Alright. There we go. Those ones are in. Where's the next little chunk of them? Good enough for the mill. Alright, let's get ourselves up to the container point. We'll pick up another container. That should get us the last of what's on that slope that Copa had been cutting down. Not Cope, Oppies. Oppies had been cutting down. Keep looking at Cope's name and thinking Cope, but it's Oppies. Wow, nice. 600 trees. Get out of the way. We gotta get to the store. Ah. Yeah, you gotta get to the doctor's. Gotta make sure you don't miss that. That's important. Alright, let's pick up another container. Indeed, yes. Little one or little ones? What's in here? Low loader. Wouldn't be bad to have another one of those, honestly. But we've got the other flatbeds, so. She's having twins? Ah! Well, Giggle Baby, there is one here. There is one back there. And then there's a couple of other ones around the house, but I'll grab one of them. Come here, Drake. Chat wants to see one of my kitties. You're it. This is little Drake. There, now I have all three boys in the closet with me. Oh, look. Look, it's a Kistin. You want to go lay on the shelf with Kistin? I know he's your cuddle buddy. I know he's your cuddle buddy. It's okay. You can lay there, Drake. Kistin's right here, too, look. Hey, Kistin's right there, too. You want to lay on the shelf with Kistin? You can do that. I don't mind. There's room for you at the moment, look. No, you don't want to lay on the shelf with Kistin? You sure? Are you sure you don't want to lay on the shelf with Kistico? He's your cuddle buddy. You always cuddle with him. Is there not enough room on the shelf for you? Look. Oh, if they fight Chucky, it's only in playfulness. The biggest cat, Pickles, she gets a little snippy towards the rest of them, but for the most part, all the rest of them get along together really, really well. Like I said, Kiston here, who is currently licking himself, Kiston and Drake will almost always, they'll cuddle up and they'll like snuggle right into each other. It's really cute. The background of my phone there, that was Kiston and Darius underneath the tree a couple years ago. They would curl up under the tree and just cuddle with each other. I mean, here's a good example. There's Darius, Kiston, and Drake all cuddled up on the bed. Well, if you guys can see that well or not. Yep. Yeah, I mean, they cuddle with each other like crazy. But that right there, you can see it, is this shelf here where Kiston's laying. So he'll curl right up on that shelf and just relax and have a good time. And you can even see there's the corner of my monitor, which is this monitor right here. And then I have two more monitors there. Well, I love cats. I love cats. I can't help it. All right, we will definitely need to pick up. We're gonna need a cedar. Unless I do corn. I know I need wheat. Let's take a look at the planting thing. I can't do wheat until September, October. Cotton doesn't harvest until here, so I could theoretically harvest my cotton and then plant wheat into one of those fields.
Really?
I don't need oat for anything. So realistically, I don't actually need a cedar until later. Let's finish paying off the loan. There we go, loan free. That's good. I want to go up here to the house, and I want to put in another one of these solar panels. There we go. Those will now cover... I love how it's turning to the sun. Bloop! Alright, Chucky. Absolutely. Sounds good. Giggle Baby, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. There we go. We'll put in one of these guys, too. That'll get us some decent monthly income. And the rest we'll just hold on to for now. I like it. Alright, let's finish getting things picked up over here. Oh, wait, that's right, I was down here. I had just loaded the container on. And then I kind of went nuts. Morning, Michael. How are you doing this morning there, Michael? I'll be on for a little bit longer. Probably another couple of hours. It's just me right now. Everybody else left, but I'll probably be on for a couple more hours, and then I've got some phone calls and stuff I gotta make today. Shut the truck off. Not T. R, dummy. R. Oops. Okay. Something fishy going on, huh? Alright, let's see if we can't grab these last couple. Grab this. Spin around. Alright. And up and around. Grab this little stick. There we go, like that. Come on, back up. It is 12 meters. Okay, never mind. Looked awful long compared to the others. Alright, and that one will come down over here. Pull the truck down now. Like so. Alright, let's grab these last couple of trees. That'll cover this. No, there's a lot of people that like to come in and lurk and just watch, and that's perfectly fine. Let's get these couple, because they're facing this direction. Oh, no you don't. Gimme. You currently playing some FS2 there, Kashudu? Gotta like it. Listening to someone else play it. Nice. I do that a lot. Watch a game and play a game at the same time. It's a good way to pick up on some tips and tricks that you might not otherwise know. Especially with something like Farm Sim, it's just chill to relax and hang out. Starting here lurking while you continue your trek across Texas. Nice, playing some ATS. Yeah, I'm still behind a couple. Yeah, Tim's playing some IRL construction sim. You back on the pawn job, Tim, or you finally done that one and on to a new job? Tim's driving a big boy excavator. I think he said a Cat 346 or something like that, if I remember right. It's a big one. Oh, big pawn then. You just hit the halfway point in the cruise in Texas? 329, alright. I wasn't far off. I knew it was 3 something or another. Where did I leave that Klosh tractor? Where did I leave it? It's on the hill somewhere. Other side. Suppose I might as well get any stumps I can find while I'm at it. There we go. 2 pawns, 60. Oh, so really, really big project. Playing FS19 PV Uncharted, nice. Do you have to dig all the basements for those houses too, Tim, or are you just doing the, dang it. Or are you just doing the lot clearing? Oh, no basements in the south? Well, that's not true. I've seen Let's Dig do it. Or just no basements on that job. Oh, he's in North Carolina? Oh, yeah, if you're 5 minutes from the ocean, yeah. I knew he was in the Carolinas, I just couldn't remember if it was north or south. And yeah, I guess if you're close to the ocean like that, water tables and such. That'll make for a pretty high water table. Yeah, that'll do it. Must make it pretty easy to dig ponds then if the water table's like, well, no, I guess because it's gonna flood as you're digging it. Yeah. Yeah, that would be annoying. Certainly makes it hard to put a nice banking on it, doesn't it?
that. That's what, a downy service berry thing? Oh, I absolutely know that that's the truth. Well, I don't know what this is. Is this a... okay, yeah, that's a service berry. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna clear a couple of these small trees on my way back up. I want to clear over the other side. This one. Bunch of little ones. I'm going to replant a bunch of these back. But they don't normally grow back on their own. So what I'll end up doing is when I'm done, I'm clearing a lot of this for a field. I will figure out where the field is going to be, and then any area where there's no field, I'll plant in with a bunch of trees. Kind of like I did with this property down here. I planted in a bunch of trees in and around the edge of this after I cut it all down. I plant the seeds. And then over time they'll grow into full-size trees. There's the stump. Another one there. Another one here. And one here. Whoops. Alright, let's drag these two back over towards the container quick. Leave those there. Yeah, there's still a lot of stumps around here to take down. That's a dead tree, so we'll get rid of that one. See, my goal is to be able to get rid of some of these. I'll plant trees along this really steep slope here. I'll put a field across the less sloped area of it. Where did I put that fuel trailer? Did I put the fuel trailer all the way back at the... Yes, I did. That's alright. What we're going to do is we're going to leave this there. I need fuel and some repair work, so we're going to go grab fuel, repair. I'm going to grab a pallet of sequoias on the planter, and I want to plant around the pond quick. But I planted probably 600 trees back into the map. That's actually a tree I planted right there. I put that one in. A couple of these trees right in here I placed. They grew up a little bit already. Alright, let's go into production here quick. Here. Let's shut off the prefab walls. That way it'll hopefully get the planks and the planks long going better. We're going to stop distributing those. Youch. That was expensive. Is this the only way to get the... Oh, that's going to be a lot of trees to plant out of that one. I was hoping I could buy a pallet of 20. That's a lot of giant sequoias. I guess. I'm doing pretty good there, MK. How you doing? Yeah, exactly, Chris. Exactly. See, the problem is, you see, when I go into this mode, see all the little dots? Those are all trees I've planted. Oh, look what Giants did. Did you guys see that just briefly down there? I found where they put the store. Oh, no, they're just Giants being sneaky. I found where they put the store. Yeah, so when you go into the store, like when I go into the store, for example, this store, this interior area of the store, doesn't exist in a building. It's an area below. Oh, you see it? Right there. Right beside my tire. Under the ground. That box that you see right there, that's the store. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they do is because if they put it inside of a building, then the building kind of prevents anything from happening. It's there. Uh, but they kind of can't do that and still get it to look good on the map. So what they do is they'll place it below the map like that. Oh, good. I've been meaning to get rid of that. Oh, come on, really? You stupid tree. It's your own damn fault. Oops. Tree. Indeed. Trees. Another tree. I'll get rid of these sequoias somehow, god dang it. Oh, that's right. I need to put in a different mod to be able to fix that area up a little bit. Making progress getting rid of these trees. Got 100 of them in the ground at least. Many more to go, but starting. See, there's a tree I planted. Just hasn't grown up any. I still gotta do some work on some trees over here at some point, but... Alright, let's see. Over on this side, there's a bunch I wanted to put over here. I don't want to overpopulate. I don't think I'm going to be able to get rid of that stump. Yeah, so that one's going to be staying there. Fine. I'll stick a little tree next to it. I'll plow around it. Don't have access to this land. Kiss my butt. Oh, hey. Here's my kitty cat. Alright, so... got one there. I can't get rid of that stump. I can get rid of that one. Turn that on. We have them out there. Let's try to put one in here. Oops, did I just stick two right side by side? We'll find out. I think some of these rocks are unbreakable, like that one I don't think I can break. Oh, come on. Go away. Come on, you bastard stump. There. It's gone now. Question is, how can I get rid of the other 100 freaking trees? That's a lot of trees to get rid of. Yeah, I have been up here with the tree planter before. Welcome back, Oppies. Yeah, see, these trees here, these little ones, are trees I actually replanted at one point. Yep, I'm currently alone on the server, Oppies. Bless you, dear. My wife has such a cute sneeze. That might sound weird, but I don't know. She's got a cute sneeze. I wonder if I can pop any in here just to... I can. Nice. Kiss my butt, I don't have access to this land. I'm gonna plant them anyway. Aha. I only wanted like maybe 40 of these stupid things, not 200. Finally found the mod that can store all the mods on. Nice, Jaren. Down to the last 21. Phew, finally. Getting there. So many logs building up, nowhere to store them. Yeah, I can see that happening. Mr. Alpaca coming in with a hydrate and a stretch. How you doing this morning, Mr. Alpaca? Alright. Got another one there. Another one there. Been lurking a while, working on the glue and drywall factories. Nice. The new update's gonna be a lot of buildables, and I mean a whole bunch of stuff is changing with the new stuff. It's also going to be set up so that you'll be able to run it on any map. There will be a buying station put in for any crop types or mining products that aren't available on the map otherwise. You decided you needed a break? Yeah. Too much modding at one time, Billy, can definitely drive one batty. So there's going to be a major update coming with things. There are now registered products within the map for each one. So again, you'll be able to run them on... You'd be able to run potentially the entire production pack on Silverrun, for example. Or, you know, any map. Alright. Sequoias are done. Let's go grab our skid plate. Get this back up over where we were. And then I do need to use the little boys' room. So as soon as I get this back up to the logging area, I'm going to run a quick ad break while I go use the bathroom. Well, that's just it. Once it's done, it'll be ready for any map. You won't have to worry about Uncharted. Yep. Yeah, because of the building as it basically you'd want to run it as like a mod pack. That way you have all of the different input products for all of the different factories. You'd need the buildable stuff to be able to build the Pepsi and the drywall and stuff like that. You'll need to have the greenhouses for some of the products and stuff like that, so on. But you won't be limited to being on Dave's map, for example. Whoa, there's a big stump right there. Let's take care of that while we're driving by, well, shall we? Well, hello, Kirsten. You getting up from your nap now? Hi, Kistico. No? You're just gonna squeeze right on by and not say hi to anybody? See how it is. Stumps. Stump there. Couple of them. Yeah, the seasonal products are back now too, so being able to do the seasonal beers and stuff like that is back now. Alright, I am going to hit the be right back soon, and I'm going to run a quick ad break while I run to the bathroom and grab a soda. I'll be back in just a minute.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about the wait there, folks. Let's get our last field done. Kirsten, what are you doing, you silly kitty? Alright, we want to be a little ways out from where we put all those trees. I would say probably in... There we go, maybe that's a little better. Probably in this area. I might sneak it a little closer to the fence, but... Morning there, Green Thumb Farmer. How you doing, bud? Yeah, about here, maybe. Yeah, that bridge is looking fantastic, by the way. Plowing a straight line with a 2-track is not easy to do. Bless you, dear. You sent it to Dave last night? Nice. It would, but I'm running a console-compatible dedicated server right now, so no GPS. Anyone who's just joining us, as I said, I am on a dedicated server, so people are allowed to join. Any of the viewers, if you would like, just let me know. I will send you the password in a whisper. Just doing a little bit of farming here on Silverrun. We're trying to get the farm built, all while also having the logging and stuff done. I want to get this field ready. Field 1 is basically ready. There, like that. Perfect. We'll get this all plowed in. Then we can lime this field. I do need to lime the outside edge of field 1 as well.
And then these will be ready for planting come April. And we're going to do corn in one. We'll probably do corn in this field. And we'll do probably soybean in field 1. How's it going, Uncle Henry? I would also like to add in some of the other productions on some of these properties from the base game that don't exist already here. Dave's up. He's probably lurking. Yep. Wouldn't be surprised there, Green Thumb. He might not have completely sat down at the computer yet. I'm also up in a different channel than normal, so he may not see me up here for a little while yet. It happens. There we go. We'll get this plowed in. Then we'll get the lime done quick. Shouldn't take long. And then it'll be about time to sleep through until April. Start of April, we will be fertilizing. We've got to do some fertilizing still on the on field 2. And that field over there, the unmarked field just north of the sawmill, that will need fertilizing as well. And I think come April, the grass will be ready to cut over on the grass field. I forget, did I buy a tedder? Yeah, let's sell that. I'm not going to ever use the tedder. Not going to ever use the tedder. Burp. Missed a couple spots. I'm just going to buy hay bales when I need them for the sheep. They're cheap enough. And then it saves me trying to ted and hold on to a bunch of extra bales. I can take the telehandler down to the store, grab some bales, and just bring them back up to the farm that way. Works fine for me. Sorry about that there, Coffee Then Code. That happens every now and then. I've noticed lately Twitch has been like weird with the video freezing even though the audio keeps going. Let's see. So yeah, I'm just hanging out in the gaming lobby on the Discord channel for people to join in. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Twitch being weird. Happens, I guess. Yeah, April's going to be a busy month, I think, because we're going to have to cut the grass, windrow it, bale it. We'll have to plant these 2 fields, fertilize the other 2 fields. How's it going, Wheels? After we cut the grass, we're going to have to lime the grass as well. The grass will need to be rolled after cutting. Yeah, gonna be a lot to do in April. We may not be getting back to the cutting of trees till almost May at this rate. Thank you, Mr. Billy, for getting the shout-outs for Mr. Wheels and Mr. Uncle Henry. If you guys haven't already given them a follow, make sure you get over there, give them a follow. Great streamers. And of course, don't forget to give Mr. Dave a follow as well. As a content creator, are you allowed to talk about pros, cons of streaming on Twitch versus YouTube? Do you have an opinion? I mean, I can talk about it. I've never streamed on YouTube, so I don't know how different it is over there. I do know that, like, over there you can do super chats, which they've added to Twitch now. You weren't able to gift memberships over there until recently, but you can now gift memberships. So on Twitch, you could get gifted subs, the bits and things like that. They don't have bits on YouTube. It's just super chats or memberships. Over there, on YouTube, I believe you can set your membership prices. Whereas on Twitch, you really can't. A sub is a sub. You know, you don't pick what the cost is, really. I think the revenue sharing over there is a little differently as well. Like I said, I'm not super familiar with YouTube in general. I know Twitch, but I've never streamed to YouTube. I just back up my videos over there. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, too. On YouTube, streaming isn't... I mean, most people go to YouTube to watch videos that people have posted, not live content. So, Twitch is known for live content. It's a more widely accepted platform for that. So, if you're going to stream on YouTube, you can expect a much lower audience simply because people don't necessarily go there for that intent. A lot of people are there just consuming content that's been posted, edited content or videos or whatever. On Twitch, you're coming here to see people that all they do is live content. You can still look at VODs and things like that that people have posted, but it's primarily live content. So I know that's one big con to YouTube. But with that said, there's still people that make a name for themselves, and they still do a lot of decent content on YouTube, streaming and stuff like that, if that's what they're known for. You know, like here on Twitch, if you want to watch farm sim, you can go to a farm sim channel, and that's all that there are for people streaming is farm sim. So you can kind of look through and pick and choose. On YouTube, they do have a live button, but I don't know if you can really narrow it down by the specific content they're doing like you can on Twitch. So, I mean, then there's cons to Twitch as well. Some of the ways things are done and stuff like that. So, ah. Alright, this never got plowed before, so let's get this. It's going to mess up the field a little bit, but let's get this last little strip here so the next time it gets planted, it gets taken care of. Are you not going to really? There. Like so. Yes, Minecraft, Dave's favorite game. Dang it. I hit the wrong button. Oh, I kissed it. I'm sorry. Are you looking to come up on your shelf? Come on. Kiston, come on. Not Houston, I said Kiston. I was talking to the kitty cat. Do you want to come up too, Houston? Come on. Come on. Up. Come on, Houston. Yeah, come on. You gotta come up a little higher, puppy. They can't see you in the chat. You gotta come up here. Up here. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Say hi, chat. Say hi, chat. The chat's over here. You gotta say hi, chat. The puppy. The puppy saying hi to chat. Yeah. Alright, good puppy. Go lay down. Go lay down, Houston. Go on. Good boy. Go lay down. Go lay down, Houston. Thank you. Eminal stream. Alright, so we do this now. We need lime. Yes, the outside edge here. Lime here. Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see. Ah, Chocolate Lab? Yeah, he's a Black Lab mix. I don't know what he's mixed with, but we rescued him from a shelter and as a puppy, and he's a little over 7 years old. Live for, thank you, Livin' for. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? And what are you living for? This is a horrible waste of line, but... because I only need just like the thinnest strip along the outside. I'm doing pretty decent today. So far. I might actually put precision farming back in. Or put precision farming in, I should say. What do you think, chat? Should we put in precision farming or no? Let me do a poll quick. There we go. Yeah, I mean, labs are definitely a good breed. Um, they're pretty intelligent, but they're very loyal. They're a very loyal breed. Like my dog, I can let him outside. I've never yard trained him. I've never like gone around with a shock collar or anything to try and keep him in the yard. He knows my yard. He doesn't leave my yard, so I can let him out for hours, and he'll barely leave my driveway. Whereas the dog I had before was an Australian Shepherd mix. If he got off his runner, he was gone. He was off doing whatever. It's how he ended up getting hit by a truck, because he was running back and forth. I couldn't contain him because he'd slipped out of his collar. Not his collar, but we used to put him in like a harness to put him on the runner. And he was too smart. He knew how to get out of the harness too easy. Really intelligent breed, but he was hard to keep in the yard. I could never train him to stay in the yard. Houston, on the other hand, ever since he was a puppy, we'll go outside with him. We'll just let him run around, and he'll do whatever he wants in the yard without going anywhere. Silverwolf 1983, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Gonna need to pick up more lime to finish this field. Four-hour alert, time to follow. Good besides the cold, but okay. This map, they did a... yeah, I agree. They did a fantastic job with this map. I'm doing pretty good so far. Doing pretty good so far today. Little tired, little sore, but overall not too bad. You're from Norway? Nice. I'd say I live near you, but I live near Norway the town, not Norway the country. Little bit different. A hop, skip, and a jump from you. A really big jump. Well, yeah, Billy. It's a much bigger jump for me, though. Ah. Yeah, we're gonna run out of lime. Well, as long as his hop can get him over the channel. Then a skip across Europe, and then a jump over to Norway. Theoretically. Yeah, well, I don't have perfectly straight fields. And, Azukalos, welcome in. How are you doing today? Yeah, I made this this save console compatible because when I'm playing on it, I'm on a dedicated server right now for people to join me, and obviously GPS and things like that aren't available on console. So, yeah, you might want to stay home then, Billy. Don't need you in the hospital. You need to be working on factories. Eh. So I'm kind of liking this the way it's set up. I gotta go pick up some more lime. Then we'll go over, finish that field off. How's it going, Medieval Mike? How you doing today? Crooked? Crooked? Uh, just because that's the way the roads are. I don't mind crooked fields. Yeah, I've actually been enjoying it a little bit. I'll be honest with you, Silverwolf. Having it so anybody can join, it's been kind of fun. Not having the Oh yeah, absolutely. Silverrun can be more than just logging. It's a lot of it's up to your imagination. I mean, you can see these are the fields I've created. You turn on the grass field. You know, I've got a grass field here. This is a cotton field. This is a cotton field. This will be corn. This is going to be soybean. So you can absolutely do more than just logging on here. And my goal over here is there's a steep bit in this corner. We'll get replanted trees, but I'm going to have a field that's going to come around through here, over here. It'll kind of come up this way, in through here some, and back around. It might even extend in here a little bit too. So it's a really good combination map, like you just said, Silverwolf. I even want to bring in some of the other productions that aren't on this map yet. The flower factory and stuff like that. I want to bring some of those into this map to be able to make it last a little bit longer. So this is my multiplayer map. You know, I've got my furnace down over here. I've got the shingle factory, the barrel factory. I got the wood turner, the furniture factory. Oh, that's where the hotel is. See if I can't put something over in here, maybe. The flooring factory. I don't have the pet accessories or art accessories yet. I've got my spinnery down. I'll need a forklift for the spinnery, too. I've got sheep and chickens up here. And then, like I said, I would like to potentially do... I mean, the bakery wouldn't be bad to do, so no on the precision farming. Alright, no precision farming then. But having, like, the grain mill down maybe for some flour. Possibly the cereal factory or something maybe, or the oil mill. Oh yeah, and this is nothing, Garuda, compared to my other save, which is Wolf Creek. This is called a 1x map. It's a base size map. So this map is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. Wolf Creek is a map done by Dajnet, or Dave. And it is a 4x map. So think of it as 4 of these arrayed 1, 2, 3, 4. So it would go 2 plus 2 is 4 kilometers. 2 plus 2 is 4. So it'd be a 16 square kilometer map instead of 4 square kilometers. And right now Dave is working on a 16x map called Canyon Crossing that will be 4 by 4 maps of this size. So it'll be 64 square kilometers instead of 4. It's going to have a lot of logging on that map and a whole lot of other stuff to do as well. Dave's production menu is what? Probably 100 different interlinked productions between the additional crop types, and all kinds of other stuff. Oh yeah, well, they rely on supply chains, they generate income. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of those products can be sold. So when I go into my map here and I look at, like, the clothes, for example, if I were to make clothes and sell them, they're worth $20,000 a pallet. You know, the fabric is worth $7,500. So right now I can make fabric over there at my spinnery. But if I want to make big money, Then I need the tailor shop down, and I take that fabric over, get it made into clothing, and now I'll be making in excess of, you know, like it's like almost 4 times as much, 3 times as much for that same pallet of cloth turned into clothing. But I have to pay the production wage for the factory to produce that cloth into clothes. As of right now, I have a barrel factory, a furniture factory, flooring, shingles, wood turner, the spinnery, the iron furnace. So I've got iron ore coming in, rolls of metal coming out. At the old sawmill, I'm taking wood, I'm turning it into planks, wood chips, long planks, beams. I've got the the prefab walls turned off currently because I'm trying to increase the amount of planks I'm making. Then I'm using like wood and those long planks to make staircases and pepper grinders and bowls. I'm turning them into shingles. I'm turning them into flooring tiles. Tables, chairs, armoires, buckets, barrels, bathtubs. All of those things sell for different prices. How's it going there, Puncher of Kittens? So yeah, it's pretty cool how they added it base game. So now you've got all those supply chains to add into your map and do stuff. What can I do for you there, Puncher? No, I'm not a big fan of General Tso's chicken. Pan-fried dumplings? Don't think I've ever had pan-fried dumplings. I have a buddy from Norway who's absolutely in love with Redneck USA. He wants to move here so bad and race cars and get a mullet. Ah. Yep. Well, I live in pretty much Redneck USA. I live in the Maine, the woods of Maine. Nope, they don't like they don't like rednecks or anything discriminatory. Oh well, whatever. Suck it up, Buttercup. Alright, so that should take care of that spot. Yep, that's all basically done. You know what, let's go lime the, while we still got some daylight, let's go lime the grass field quick. Get that over with. Nope, no Dave yet. He hasn't popped on yet. Your son's got hooked on watching Formula One? I don't know. I never really got into the racing too much. Aor Aorozco24, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I apologize if I butchered your name. Nope, can't do it. It's in a ready to harvest state, so I can't do that yet. We'll just leave this over here then. It doesn't look fully ready to harvest, though. I don't know, is that fully ready to harvest or not? Normally I would expect it to have the little flowers in it. We'll give it one more month to see what happens. Alright, so these are all ready to go. Lol Ozzo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How you doing? Where's that? Yeah, I apologize if I just butchered your name. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think I'm quite at full full growth yet. I think I'm at like that half growth mark. Ooh, nice. Yeah, Thanksgiving leftovers. I got a plate of Thanksgiving leftovers for lunch myself today. Alright, that's a pretty good little bit of de-stumping done. Let's see if we can't get these last couple of trees in here out of here. That rock's a pain in the ass. There we go. Stump right there we need to get rid of. I don't know how many of those I'll actually be able to get rid of. But I do want to finish... No, not this. That area in there. So let's grab the scorpion. Head over the hill. I do have a boat in process. I need more long planks for it. As soon as I get those, I will be able to progress to the next step. I'm like one pallet short, so I need to bring one down at some point. But I've got the boat, I own the boatyard, and I've got the boat probably 2/3 of the way through that first step. Oh, come on, really? You suck. Yeah, that is not what I meant to do. How's it going, KT? Yeah, just don't let my wife know. That's how I make some extra money on the side. More like they'd probably pay me not to get on stage. Yeah. Yeah, we got quite a bit of rain here yesterday, too. Not a thing, Michael. Not a thing. Alright there, Mr. Billy. Well, see, if you weren't in the kitchen, you'd have seen what happened. That's what you get, Michael. That's right. What happens in Silverrun stays in Silverrun. Oh, this one doesn't have the, that one you've got to do that. That would be my wife. I'll be that way then. There we go. You've been watching the Red Green show? Never heard of it. Okay, that sounds like there's a story there, Tigris. And again, I've seen a lot of people give bad advice. So, I can't say as though I'm surprised. Get out of the stupid tree. Guy was restoring an old military 6-ton instead of telling folks to ditch the dangerous lock-ring rims it came with for safer modern ones. Yeah, that's a bad idea. I mean, don't get me wrong, if they're restored properly, then yeah, you can still use them, but it would be better to spend the money on safer modern rims, absolutely. Yeah. Reminds me of a YouTube short I saw. It was a mechanic. And he goes, you know, I do a lot of these little videos of what you shouldn't do, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, people not taking mechanics advice. And it's like, this is one of those idiots that's not taking a mechanic's advice. He was taking apart a strut without clamps on it. And the minute he removed the nut on the top, it blew apart. I mean, it had to be inches from his face. It's like, yeah, that's smart, dummy. Oh yeah, it's like, are you serious right now? I mean, this dude was like lucky he lived. Pile of pickup sticks. Morning there, Beldraco. I'm doing alright this morning. How about yourself? You doing better? Good to hear. This would be a lot easier with an actual skidder, but just thought about hopping into Farm Sim, but you've been on a major Space Engineers kick recently? Ah. There you go. Nice. Azakalos, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Neaten up the log piles a little bit. Going AFK a minute? Not a problem. we've got... I want to get this little chunk taken out real quick right over here. Get off the other stinking tractor. Come on. Got it. It wasn't pretty, but I got it. There we go. This is the Scorpion King. The MRF Scorpion King. Yeah, it happens. And we're gonna have the same problem again. Oh, maybe not. Full of wheat, so you couldn't just reset and Ew, yeah, that's no fun. Yeah, been there. The worst one, though, is when you gotta reset a log trailer full of logs, and they all end up on the ground. You gotta pick them back up again. That's a pain in the butt. Which one? The tracked one? Not a big fan of it. Yeah, see, with me, the FDR one. With me, I don't care about the ring. I never use it because I'm always using the joystick anyway. So I just looked at what the horsepowers were for being able to get up and down the hills better. This one had the highest. That was the other thing, like, I didn't want it to be super, super slow. Like, I wouldn't mind having the Hannibal for doing some of this stuff, but that one's more meant to drop them in place, cut them and drop them in place, cut them and drop them in place. Which, if I'm going to cut and drop in place, then I'm going to use a yarder for the hills. Yeah. I haven't messed with this one. I just got my joystick set up, and that's what I use. Welcome back, Bel Draco. I played Wild West 16 on FS19. I put a couple 100 hours into it. My problem was the map maker. Every time he updated the map, you'd have to start a new map, start a new map, start a new map. You gonna throw an old CYOA at you? CYOA? But it was during the... Oh, choose your own adventure. Oh, nice. But, yeah, it was during that time in 19 when I had to keep restarting that I wanted to look for a different 16x map. And that's when I found Dave. If you're looking for PV County, it has not been released for 22. Dave made a 4X map called Wolf Creek available at the SGA website, and he's currently working on a 16X map that's going to be called Canyon Crossing. But there is no PV County for 22. If you want to get to those, go !SGA, and it'll bring you to the website. After you make a account, you can download the mods from there. Because the Pleasant Valley, or the PV title, kind of got changed to SGA. So he no longer has the PV website anymore. At the end of the week, anything you own will be yours in real life. Choose your own adventure. I'd have to go with Farm Sim for that game then. Because I know I won't die in real life. Yep, Sim Game Alliance, SGA. That's the new Pleasant Valley group. When it started to get so many of us that Dave changed it to the Sim Game Alliance. Yeah, I'd have to go Farm Sim. I don't have to worry about dying, really. At least as far as the game's concerned. It's easy enough to make money. And I can have a whole lot of equipment that in real life I could then have. Oh, trees can pay really well, Rocket Life. I'm on normal economy, and every time I bring a container, a 12-meter container of trees, it's equivalent to 44,000 liters of wood, and I'll make $100,000 plus. Is the website down? Thank you for that stretch there, Rocket's Life. It should be good. It's working for me. Under the mods, you've got the, if you go down to Dajnet, he has the mod pack and stuff for Wolf Creek, precision farming for the SGA maps, there's NBC Acres, Volcano Island, the mod pack as well. There's the new mod folder switcher. Huh. That's weird. No new mods yet today. Those are all PC only mods. They're maps and stuff like that. We're almost done with this one. I don't think he has recently. He had stepped away for a little while. He left a message in the SGA Discord the other day about some stuff he was working on. But I have not seen him recently. I think he's had some real life stuff going on. As happens from time to time. Yeah, the one from FS Minor. I'm hoping he gets the 5.0 released soon. But Dave is trying to make Canyon Crossing so that it would be compatible with the newer version of Terraform. He's basically taking silt out of the map, if I remember right, and adding dirt in its place so that Terraform won't have any issues. Sorry, excuse me about that. Two more trees left and we have this corner done out. That's good. One more and then we can de-stump this corner and be good to go. Start figuring out how we're going to lay the field out in this area. Really? I didn't see any updated mods from today yet. I was just looking at it. Yeah, these mods here came out Friday. Nothing's been updated yet today. Yeah, they had 4 of them come out Friday, but they haven't had anything come out yet today. There we go. See, what I'd really like to do is maybe over here somewhere. Thought I remember seeing somewhere in here that they added a little, like, bridge thing. Notice a few modders I used to get mods from a 19 have gone to hiding their stuff behind either. Yeah, quite a few places have done that now. As a matter of fact. Oh well. Maybe not. Let's get the stuff out of here and we'll call this good. That could be, yeah. Now that you say that, that could definitely be. I mean, that would make sense, potentially, that they would have something like that DNS flagged. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, Tigris. It does go against their terms of service, and they've been doing that. And trying to get away with it. Well, the Patreon members get access to it first, blah, 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 blah. But now it's like, if you're not on their Patreon, you can't. And that's getting to be dickhead territory. I know custom modding has a Patreon thing. I haven't seen any others, but I don't normally go looking outside of the normal mod sites, so that might be why I haven't noticed others. Well, yeah, custom modding will then release it through the mod hub to everybody. And the Patreon members get technically like an early access to it. And that's how they've skirted the TOS. But who did I see the other day had all of their shit behind a Patreon page? Half-ass modding and Viking? Viking? Just Viking mods, or... Huh. Not familiar with their stuff. Oh, Viking Timber? I'm guessing is what you meant to say. Happens. It does happen. Alright. How we looking? How we looking? Over there's looking good. Perfect. Oh, no. See, Giants will absolutely enforce their TOS if they know about it. Now, these guys can get away with it because nobody's gone to Giants and been like, hey, these guys are putting things behind a paywall. If they do, then Giants gets on their case about it. But, I mean, like, I hadn't really heard of those guys before Tigris mentioned it, so... It's one of those things, like, there's probably hundreds of modders out there doing work. Giants can't keep track of all of them. How are they supposed to? So Giants, until Giants is made aware of it, they get away with it because people are still willing to pay for the mods. At the end of the day, people will still pay for them. Now, if they wanted to do it legitimately, they should put them on the mod hub, and then Giants would pay them for the downloads. But they'd have to get their mods to pass testing for Giants. Which, as we know, isn't necessarily an easy thing to do. Alright there, Chris. You have yourself a good one. Well, it depends, JPM. Giants can't say anything about the model, but if they're using any of the scripting and things like that, the coding, the XML coding and stuff like that, then Giants says, well, you're still using our coding, so on and so forth. But they can't say anything about the model itself. You know, if they've put it into Giants Editor to make an i3D file and they do stuff like that, you know, that's one thing. But if they do the Blender work and all of that stuff and make their own custom models, they could put those models up for sale on places like TurboSquid and things like that. But at the end of the day, the minute they put it in Giants Editor, it then becomes property of Giants. You know, it's one of those, like, up and to a point, Giants has no say in it. Alright, so we've got... Looks like I've gotten everything out of this whole hillside now. The only stump left is going to be the one that's right in the middle of this pile. I think that's the only stump left. Which is what they've done. It has been in-game and only people want to pay for the art of the... Yeah, see, now they're going against Giants TOS, absolutely. Let's get this end here pushed over. I think the biggest reason some modders go to the Patreon route is because of the theft of the mods by some folks. Oh, yeah, I mean, unfortunately that happens way too often. And I mean, I don't condone that one bit. If somebody else has done the work, that's their thing. And that's why, like, if I make custom edits to a mod, I won't release that edit on another website or anything like that, just because I didn't make the base mod. You know, I draw a line there for that. Absolutely. Oh, we got a couple of stumps up in here. Let's get these quick. Then we'll be done with the stumper for a bit. But if I'm beta testing a mod for somebody and I know it's happened, and I release that mod before they get a chance to, that is some bullshit. And the sad thing is, I know it's happened. I know it's happened to some people. And that's like, alright, that's complete crap. Alright, we are done. We can get over here at some point, pick all that up. Be good to go. I think all of that has been stumped. All the way around along the road has been done. Where was that stick? I saw it. There it is. This has all been stumped through here. We're good all the way around until this section here. Ah, yep. So we've got all of this. We get a good chunk of this cleared. It'll make for a decent field, I think. We can get in here, come along through here. Not that. It does get a little steep over this edge, but I'm hoping I can knock the top of the hill down some. It'll cost me some money in landscaping, but I'm hoping I can knock some of the top down a little bit. Been listening to this while working, and being new to FS22, my bridge is 100%. Well, I mean, the only way it will be out there is if somebody downloaded Dave's map, exported the entire thing out of the map, because it's going to be baked into the map. So they would have to go in, export everything out of it, and then try to put it into something else by themselves. So, I mean, it's possible. Somebody could potentially do it, but the likelihood isn't very high, if you know what I mean. That somebody would take all of that effort. Now, if they really like the model, then yeah. And people do that from time to time. Yeah, because we can cut all of these down. Yes, you can put it on any plot of land you own. Alright, let's get over here where there's... Yeah, okay, there's still a couple more trees here. Yep. No, it actually has to go on property you own. To get it on ModHub as a prefab, you would have to, put it into Giant's editor and all that stuff, get it so that it's own separate mod, and then you would have to submit it through the mod submission process, which is its own lovely barrel of fun. How full are we on this thing? 35. Well, barrel of monkeys is a pain in the ass. Barrel of fish means it's easy to shoot them. So I guess either or. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Alright, we're gonna go get this one sold off. See, that's another plot right there. This triangle I think I'd like to turn into a field. I do not have Netflix. I've seen the previews for it, but I don't have Netflix anymore. That's a lot of tannerite. I've seen the previews, they make it look pretty decent, but I haven't had Netflix in a few months now. When you sell in the container warehouse, it takes the container off. So you end up having to buy a new container. But you make enough money on the wood in the container warehouse that you actually make more money than the container costs. Yeah, $20 was getting a bit much. And it's like, I kept sitting there going like, yeah, there's stuff that I want to watch eventually, but I haven't been watching a lot of Netflix, so goodbye. especially right now. Money's gotten really tight around the house with, you know, 2 growing kids, the grocery bill and stuff, and my wife the only one really working. Me, I'm still trying to hear back on disability and everything else. As it is, I'm pushing it right now. Whoa, that was close. I'm glad I saw the friggin' lights on that train. That almost ended badly. So, yeah. It is what it is. I mean, the economy's hopefully gonna come back around eventually. You're not wrong, cowboy. That was really close. I saw the lights on that train and went, e-brakes! Let me guess. They claimed you could still do another job, right? You weren't 50 years old? Wow. Alright, getting dark. Let's sleep through the night. We'll go to 7 a.m. Then they tied it to your wife's income? Nice. Yeah, I've been fighting for 2 years now. Fun times. Alright, now it's fully grown. Yep, there was one more harvest state in there. Yep. So we can harvest this field now. These 2 are gonna need another thing of, fertilizing. Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna end up getting screwed over and probably not get disability, but I'm hoping that with my medical records and stuff, it'll help. Because the back pain sucks. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm going to, as soon as I hook back up to this planter, I'm probably going to end my stream. I've got a bunch of phone calls to make, one of which is to the Social Security lawyer. So, we will see. The hearing for my application is in February or something like that. Well, I've actually been denied twice already, so this is technically the 31 the third attempt. Alright. Let's save this here. But they have to excuse going to the restroom. Yeah. No. This is the first time it's gone to court. The first one was the obvious automatic denial. Then we, the lawyer, applied again. You know, we rebutted it, whatever, with the lawyer. And that got denied. Then we rebutted that going for the court, And then my lawyer had something came up with his health where he's now having to close his practice, so I've been shifted to another lawyer's office, and I'm trying to make sure everything's in order. Yeah, fun stuff. Alright, let's see. Who is out there today? Let's see. We have... That'll work. We're gonna go raid. Yeah, that's kind of how it is right now. It's one of those, like, it's all I can do is just hope. We're going to raid Mr. Daj L. Crew. Good friend of the channel, has raided me a few times in the past. So we're going to give him a little raid. I appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out. You've been awesome as always. Thank you everybody that's followed. It's been great. I hope I catch you next time. Probably be tomorrow afternoon for my next stream because I've got an appointment in the morning. But I do hope to see you then. If you haven't already hit that follow button, please make sure you do so you can find me the next time I stream. But otherwise, you guys take care. Have yourselves a great one. And make sure have yourselves a good day. Yeah, definitely make sure you have yourselves a good day. Bye, everybody.